Hello. I've got people waiting. Emma, GJ, hello. How are you today? You're early. I'm also early, but I feel like it's kind of my job to be a little bit early. How how was your weekend? Did you have a long weekend like me? Doing okay? How's you? I'm good. I ate a lot of chocolate yesterday. I'm feeling okay today. It wasn't so much chocolate, but Mike was like, man, I could really feel that I just ate nothing but chocolate all weekend. He did eat a lot of chocolate. All right, let's do some social link posting since we're still early anyway. Long weekend was uneventful. Built your desk but did nothing else. That sounds very productive, actually. If you're asking me. We went to see some family. Some Mike's family. That was nice. There's a lot of traveling though. I think I had like 2 different car naps yesterday. And I was just like a total mess afterwards. What am I doing? Posting. We're still early. This is going fine. Carnups sound like a recipe for neck pain. Yeah, I got like the worst neck cramp. Hope your neck is good now. Yeah, it went away after like 2 minutes. All right. Get my drawing glove on. Okay. I think that's all the posting I needed to do. Where's my pencil thing? All right. Hello. I'm here for real. We're starting, what, like 2 minutes early? I think that's fine. I think that is totally acceptable. Let me find my notes file for what I was doing. Chris. Paint over lines. Background. Okay, the background is done. I think I need to finish painting over. Emma, hello. I didn't, thank you, actually. I didn't ping. I did the others and then I just forgot to post in my own server. Thank you for the reminder. What would I do without you? Alright, okay, I've done that. And we're still early, so it doesn't count, right? How are you doing, Emma? Thank you for dropping in. Alright, we're still on the paint over. I think the background is good. I think we can leave the background now. Invisible this. That's for screenshots. Right, so I need to continue the paint over. And then we'll need to do value fixing. So that's the job for today. Right. Okay, let's go. I'm really hoping to get this done today, so I can move on with my commission queue. Okay, fix his mouth. I think also I often start feeling antsy if a project goes on for too long. I start feeling like it's looking worse and worse. That's often just in my head. Sometimes it's actually true, I think, because sometimes when you spend so long on something, you really just get lost in the sauce and it does end up looking worse and worse. I'm very much do it quick, get it done quickly sort of person. I don't like when things drag on too long, because then it starts feeling like I start getting the doubts, you know. Doing okay. Had a bad oversleep this morning. Now you need to take 2 hours off from work. I overslept this morning as well. I woke up at like 8 when Mike woke up and was like, no way. I'm not doing this. Went back to sleep. Excited for Sponsy? Yeah, get that bag. Sky, hello. How are you doing today? I hope you're well. How's your cold? Is that getting better? Good luck with the art. Do a look while you take a shower. Enjoy your shower. I've also been on the, you guys would be proud of me. I've been on the wrist stretch hype this morning, because I was starting to feel my my wrist bones crunching around a bit. You're doing great. Your cold is almost gone. That's wonderful to hear. I have this really good book called Draw Stronger. Who is it by? I've got it right here. Who's it by? It's by Creota Wilberg. And it just has loads of like stretches and exercises for artists. Try and keep our bones held together for a little bit longer. Sarah, have a nice Easter weekend. I don't personally celebrate Easter, but we do get Easter eggs. Mike got me like this absolutely enormous Lindor Easter egg. The ones with the little bunnies in. No, they're not really little. They're quite large chocolate bunnies. But yeah, I'll probably be spending the whole week going through that. I think I need to do some brights on this background before I do the paint over on top of it. That could go wrong quite easily. I feel like I'm croaky today. I spent most of the morning watching anime with June. She's on a Gundam arc. So I've been watching some of the shows while she info dumps about every little detail. That sounds fun. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. That sounds like a glorious Easter egg. It is a glorious Easter egg. It's absolutely enormous. I'm normally a cream egg enjoyer, but apparently there were no cream eggs, like anywhere, which is quite surprising. Right, I think this glow is looking quite nice. This is looking volcanic. Yeah, and normally I like to get the Easter eggs that like come with a mug. So you get like the Cadbury branded mug along with your Easter egg and your chocolate. And they're usually like really cheap. Like the mug is basically free. Like it's not much more expensive than a regular Easter egg, and you have a fun mug. But we're trying to avoid buying too much like home stuff because we wanna move within the next few months. Alright, that's looking good. I think I like that. I want to get some chocolate but haven't had the chance yet. It'll be on sale now, right? So this is arguably the best time to get your chocolate. I guess as long as you're not too fussy about what sort of chocolate, because yeah, they were out of cream eggs over here, which is really sad. Cream eggs are probably popular. It is like the season to be eating cream eggs, I imagine. Oh, okay. That's completely the wrong layer. Yeah, if you can see these like darker orange lines now, this is why. I should have done that background before I did paint over. Because now I have to fix these. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. I feel like it emphasizes his face nicely. It's definitely not right. It doesn't look right. You don't know if there's an Easter sale in Spain? Might just get a chocolate puff pastry heart and call it a day. I mean, that sounds great as well. I'm still after the cream egg, but they do kind of sell them all year. So maybe right now there's just a dearth in the cream egg supply because of Easter. Perhaps unsurprisingly. We saw loads of baby bunnies like on in the grass on the side of the road over the weekend. They were very cute. And then one time when we were driving like home, Mike was like, "There's a baby bunny coming up on the right," and I was just like staring, and it was just like a lump of wood. And then we were like, "Oh," we were so excited. He was so confident. Gail, hello. Welcome on in. How are you today? Did you have a nice weekend? Did you do anything for Easter? Yeah, I felt so scammed when I was just like, I thought I just missed the rabbit. I thought I was being blind, and then I was like, no, there was actually no rabbit. It was just a lump of wood. Trust issues, anyone? We also saw some baby lambs. Well, lambs are babies anyway, by definition of the word, right? But we saw some lambs frolicking in the fields. Good luck with that. Thank you, Sky. I hope you get your chocolate. The weather was absolutely insane yesterday. It was like torrential rain 1 minute and then like super warm and sunny the next. Typical Britain, really. I've realized that I have a big sort of discrepancy in what sort of songs I'll put on my stream playlist and what I'll put on my regular playlist. So normally I can't really abide music that's too repetitive. But I've sort of noticed because I talk over most of the songs I listen to on stream, it's okay if it's repetitive because I only listen to like 20% of the song. So there's loads of songs that I quite like in moderation. If I listen to a segment of the song, I'd be like, actually, that's a good song. I like it. But if I listen to the whole song, I'd be like, I don't like it anymore. So now all those songs can go on my stream playlist because I don't really like, because while I'm talking, I don't actually really listen to them. Hate the weather here. It was forecast heavy rains, flood alerts. Now it's sunny without a single cloud, very warm and humid. Sounds like Britain. I guess if like that's just kind of what happens if you're near the sea, I suppose. The weather's a bit more unpredictable. Britain is quite a tiny island in the grand scheme of things. I'm fighting the depresso espresso for various reasons I'm not going to go into. That is so fair. I hope that all improves for you. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I've hoarded a lot of chocolate yesterday. I've got more chocolate left to hoard this week. I hope that you understand what I mean when I say hoard, because like I hope it's not a slur or something. I mean I'm gonna inhale chocolate. It's a very innocent use of the word, I promise. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I've been getting a little bit of discomfort in my drawing arm, probably unsurprisingly, because I did like a 5-hour stream last week, and then afterwards I was like, But yeah, other than that, because I've got the stretchers out, I've got the stretch manual out on my wrist. That should be on its way to improving. I hope you can take your mind off things. Gail. Alright, I need to fix his hair today. His hair has definitely been neglected so far in the process of this painting. It doesn't look too bad, I think, because admittedly, I think his abs are a little bit distracting. But I'm not pleased with the quality of his hair. That looks like your hair during uni days. What do you mean neglected? I'm sure your hair looked lovely during your uni days, GJ. I mean, it just looks less rendered. But then having less rendered hair during university is definitely normal, I think. But I feel like young people, I say young people, that probably dates me. I feel like students, because I live in a university town, when I see students, I think, wow, so many of them look so polished. Like, I was lucky if I took the time to put on eyeliner before I went to class when I was at uni. By the time it was my last year, I did 4 years. I did a master's. Uh, by the time it was my master's, I would literally just like throw on a hoodie over my pajama shirt, put on leggings, and go straight to lectures. Just did not care anymore. And like everyone I knew was like that. But then I do remember in like the first week of lectures, I definitely saw some people turning up to lectures in suits. And I'm like, wow, I wonder if they look back on that and go, hmm, regret. And you knew you had two kinds of people, those who wore perfect makeup, perfect hair, perfect matching outfits, and those who found a brush on the way out of the door and quickly used it. Yeah, I did not brush my hair. I just went. I think because later in the years, the classes would get quite small, so it would be really obvious if you were late, but less obvious if you arrived with everyone else and your hair was maybe unbrushed. That was not obvious. It's funny because in secondary school or high school, you'd call this in other areas of the world. I went to a single sex all female school, and there would be a lot more emphasis on like turning up to school looking nice. Like I remember putting way more effort into my makeup, and we wore school uniforms, so there wasn't really much you can do in that department. But yeah, I remember worrying way more about my appearance when I was at school. I was also studying mathematics. Having brushed hair is not the norm in that department. Yeah. So I did half of a computer science degree, and I don't think anyone would have noticed that I didn't brush my hair. I wonder which department is the best groomed at a university. That's probably quite a fun thing to try and study. Do we think it's probably an arts department, right? That's what I'd be betting on. History or anything culture related. See, I did my other half of my degree was history of science. And some people definitely were better groomed than others. I was probably amongst the scruffier end of the class. But we were in like a happy middle between. Oh, we've got a bot. Man. Oh, Emma, you got there before me. Thank you. History or anything cult related. Yeah, so there were people who I think were way better groomed. But then there were also, I feel like I hope that wasn't up too long. I was quickly saying hi somewhere. That's totally fine, Emma. No, it was up for like no time. It literally just came up. Arts, I think, depends. Either you get the artist that is super groomed or you get the epitome of the crazy artist with wild hair and outfit. Every bot handles most of those automatically. Yeah, I need to get like a bot that like does that. I've had a few. We've been getting hella bots already. They're like, oh, baby streamer. Maybe she also doesn't know anything about cybersecurity. But yeah, I do feel like the arts also has a reputation for having scruffy students. As me here, she don't need no bot to deal with bots. Hell yeah. Thank you, Emma. It's very much appreciated. But yeah, in my first year, there was like a student in my year who, so we had cleaners who would come round our rooms and like deal with rubbish and whatever. And he got deaned because the cleaners couldn't get into his room for like half the term because it was just so messy. There was just paper everywhere, apparently. They couldn't hoover, they couldn't get to his bin, they couldn't get to his bathroom. And he did English, so. So maybe we're giving them too much credit. Whereas I started off with Komsky and there were students in my first few lectures that were wearing suits. They were definitely trying, you know. But then I guess if you count the average scruffiness, the arts departments are probably still winning because we definitely had, I definitely had plenty of classmates that would just be in like, that would just wear the same hoodie all week to lectures. Like that is so valid. Sometimes it just be like that. I think nowadays, I definitely cannot judge anyone on scruffiness. Maybe that's why I'm so shocked that I think students these days look very well groomed. Because now that I work like for myself, it's a pajama day almost every day. Like I just have different pajamas that I wear to bed and then the ones that I wear to my desk. But it's always like comfy pajama clothes. I don't know, I just like, I think even normally I hate wearing like tight, restrictive clothing. So I'm a big fan of loungewear. Sometimes you just need to wear the same hoodie for a week. The world calls for it. Absolutely. I also think like people care way less than you might imagine about what you wear. I think because I went to secondary school in such an environment of like highly judgmental uh people about your grooming and how you look and stuff. When I got to uni, I assumed everyone was gonna be like that. And then when my Komsky class was just like 90% boys who just didn't care, or neither did they notice, I was like, oh, okay. This is probably slightly more like the real world. You haven't done the great spring cleaning to prep for skirt weather. By spring cleaning, do you mean shaving your legs? Because I do that every year as well. Yes. I know, I know. I actually hate shaving my legs though. I'm like a mole. I'm so short-sighted. I can't see anything in the shower. Let alone if I've missed any leg hair. I've definitely been more into long skirts nowadays because you don't have to shave your legs to wear long skirts. Unless you get the ones with like the slits on the side, I guess. I do think that like shaving your legs in the bath is such a hack because it's like relaxing, you know? You can just take your time. You're in the bath. You wish you had a bath? Oh, I'm sorry you don't have a bath. That is a bit sad. I think you can get like pop-out baths, like big silicone tubs that fold up when they're empty. And then you can like fill them with water in your shower room. You need to do hair removal cream and then shower. That sounds a little bit more complex. I'm lucky if my razor is like less than 6 months old. Okay, his hair is looking better. No, my parents don't want a bath because it wastes water. I guess that's fair. That is fair, but then you also pay for your water. I'm not suggesting we should waste water, but sometimes baths are just it, you know. Maybe one day you could have a bath, Emma. Like not like a bath, like you could have a place with a bath. I don't mean to suggest anything. Sorry you didn't catch that. Yeah, I said maybe one day you could have a bath. And then I was like, that sounds so rude. Like, what is coming out of my mouth? I can't say that. Yeah, so I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry, Emma. The accidental slander. It's true. I'm so stinky. You're not. I'm sure you smell like sunshine and roses. Because that's what our DMs smell like. I reek of sweat. Okay. Sunshine and roses just in the middle of summer with no aircon. That's how rough last night was. Oh no. I get what you mean when you have like a bad night of sleep and you just like your body is like, what is going on? I'm gonna have all of the responses because that's definitely gonna be helpful. You missed a message, I think. Did I? I woke up still dressed this morning. Wait, you what? You fell asleep fully clothed? That's impressive. I've never done that. You fell asleep fully clothed. Wow. That is I'm shocked. I slept in all my clothes for years because no one told me it was weird. So it's not weird. I think it's just that if you're comfortable, that's fine. But I think normally people don't like my normal like outside clothes are not as comfortable as like my pajama clothes, you know? It's not a good time. No. Especially if you had like your bra on. Oh my god, yeah, you did. Oh no. That's really oh dear. Maybe you should let the girls be free today, Emma, if you're working from home. I hope that's not TMI to talk about on stream. Free the girls. Free them. I mean, if your regular clothes are super comfy, there's absolutely nothing wrong with sleeping in them. I think it's just like if you're not comfy, that is unfortunate to go to sleep in your clothes. Probably should have, but then sometimes I have meetings that I need to be on webcam for. That is really rough. I think post-COVID, I just don't really wear like wired bras anymore. I'm a bralette sort of person now. It's way comfier for me. I'm comfort first. You don't want to have any pokey instance, that is fair. Understandable. I think like post-lockdown, one of the most shocking things for me was just like how uncomfortable jeans are. Like I used to wear jeans all the time because the office I worked in was like a smart casual sort of dress code. So you could wear jeans. Most people did. And then post-lockdown, I put my jeans on. I was just like, I hate these. Why are they so tight? I mean, also I probably gained weight over COVID, so that might have been another reason. But even the jeans that were like well fitting, I was like, why is the fabric so hard? Why is it like that? And now I'm actually just anti jeans. I just like I wear leggings all the time. I also have this really like um I'm really particular about like outside and inside clothes. So like if you sit on my bed wearing your outside clothes, I will probably scream. And I'm like, I think I've converted Mike to that now because he used to just sit on the bed in his outside clothes, in his jeans, and like, I'd absolutely lose it. I'd be like, what are you doing? But he's come round. He's come round. He agrees that not having outside clothes on the bed means your bed is like comfier. And I'm glad he's seen the light. I think I sit on my bed in my clothes just to get dressed, undressed, but that's about it. But do you like make your bed? Like, do you sit on the outside of the duvet? Because I'm really bad for making my bed. I just like often don't make my bed. But I will have, if I do have to sit on my bed to like get undressed, it has to be over the duvet. You don't use a duvet? Don't you get cold? Do you just have loads of blankets? What is a duvet? What is a duvet? How do I describe a duvet? It's your quilt. Quilt. Maybe the word I'm using is too British. A duvet is a quilt. It's like a big puffy pouch of feathers or cottony polyfill stuff that you put on your bed. After surgery, I spent like 2 months dressed in my bed at any given time. No, you just use a blanket. That's fair, I suppose. Oh, you don't use one of those either? Are you a blanket enjoyer then? I guess if you're warm enough, then that's fine. Usually a blanket is enough. You get hot very easily. You live in a shitty hot place. That is so fair. When I visit my family in China over the summer, I just use like a sheet as a blanket because it gets so hot. But in Britain, it gets pretty cold. So I have like a duvet, and then I literally have like 2 blankets over the duvet because I get so cold. I don't know why. As soon as I lie in bed, even if I was like a good temperature, I'm suddenly like I need to be way warmer than I was before. During summer, you just use the duvet sheet. Yeah, yeah, I understand that. I'm one of those people who like my tummy has to be covered, otherwise I can't go to sleep. If my tummy isn't covered, I might die if I try to go to sleep. I just can't handle it. It just feels so weird. That's fair. You need something over you. Yeah, I'm like that. I'm the same. But like specifically my middle. Okay, I think his hair's looking alright. Oh, this is a banger song. I also hate I call it being blustered. Like I hate the feeling of the car aircon or like a fan on me. I don't mind if it's not, as long as it's not like facing me. If the air is moving, that's fine. And I definitely can't sleep if the aircon is like going. I literally get a headache if I have the like car aircon blowing in my face. I think I start getting a tension headache. Which is so random. So I just have, as long as the vents are not blowing directly at me, I'm fine. I had a period where I couldn't sleep unless I had my blahage with specifically its tail between my legs. It shifted my position to just right. That's so fair. I have like I'm like a plush slash cushion enjoyer. Like I think because my my shoulders are quite floppy. My shoulders will just like cave in if I'm a side sleeper. So I have to have like a cushion or like a plush that I'm holding. Otherwise I literally get like pain from sleeping on my side. Yeah, I feel you on that, Emma. I think it's really common if you're a side sleeper to need something like that. I hate when we like visit somewhere and there's no like extra pillow for me to hug or something. All right, his hair is looking better, I think. I hate being a side sleeper sometimes. I always put my arm under the pillow to lift it up a bit. And routinely, almost every night, I wake up with that arm feeling totally numb. That's fair. That does sound scary. I've definitely woken up with a a numb arm. I can speak English. A numb arm on occasion. I think I put my arms like on the pillow. Nerm. That is easier to say than numb arm. A nerm. I don't know why I'm saying it with that weird twang. It just feels like that's fitting. Nerm. How is your nerm today? I was like I'm asking about like a very specific sort of alien pet that we all collectively have, of course. Welcome back, Sky. How you doing? I think sometimes I get like a like my ear gets too squashed from lying on one side too much. I don't know if my pillow is too hard or what, or maybe my ears are just weird. I have to sleep sideways because I can't sleep face up. Yeah, I can't sleep. I'm a side sleeper. Although I do like lying on my front generally. Like I will draw in bed and lie on my front. And I find that quite comfy. I am a very flat-chested individual though. I'm not gifted up top. So it doesn't really bother me to lie on my front. Yeah, I've just always been a side sleeper. I think I have been known to like flop around a bit, but generally, side sleeping is the comfiest, in my opinion. I don't think I've ever been a tummy sleeper though. Even though like I'll read books and draw while lying on my front. The way I have to turn my neck to be able to breathe when I'm lying on my front, I just can't do it. It's too uncomfortable for my neck. You're supposedly a very flop around person. That's fair. I used to sleepwalk. Apparently I still sleep talk in both English and Chinese, which is quite nice because I don't get to speak Chinese that often. So knowing that I still like dream in Chinese is quite comforting to me. I've been told you tried to strangle me in your sleep. That might be terrifying. Just a little bit. That looks weird. That's a weird color. I don't like that. For this one. It was an over exaggeration. Basically just punched them in the face while tossing and turning. I mean, did they deserve it? Did they deserve it? Maybe they said something to you in your sleep, you know? I've definitely scared some of my school friends before by like sleep talking in Chinese. My friends actually came over, well, my friend came over for a sleepover at my house. And she said in the middle of the night, I sat up and just said something in Chinese. And like I sounded really alarmed. And she was like, oh my god, is something happening? Is something really bad happening? And then they just like lay back down and went back to sleep. And she was just like scared. I would be scared too. That is probably quite alarming. Sounds like a nice prank to pull. Probably. I would not be able to keep a straight face. I just end up like giggling. Although Mike pranked me, not on purpose. He like sleep talks and like stuff like that. And one night I like woke up and he was sat at the end of the bed, like staring at me. And then he was like, Mary, there's a huge spider on your pillow. And obviously I'd just woken up and I was like, oh my god, what is going on? And I'm just like, where's this spider? Where is it? And then like in the process of me like fumbling through my sheets and pillows and stuff, he woke up and was like, there's no spider. I was sleep talking. Is this song gonna play? I think this song is broken. I'm gonna skip it. I added some Chinese songs to my playlist, but some of them don't seem to be working properly. Yeah, I know, Rayama. I was like, what? What do you mean? You made it all up? I was so mad. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. I just move around a lot in my sleep. When I was younger, I often roll over, fall from the bed by accident. I would do that when I was a kid. That can't have been a nice good morning. So it was like the middle of the night. It was probably like 2 in the morning. Jumping spiders are okay. How can they be more okay than regular spiders? Emma, I don't. Please explain this to me. They're cute and smart. To be fair, sometimes I'm like, spiders are kind of cute from far away. If they get too close to me, though, I won't be very happy. They don't look terrifying. Okay, if they look cuter, I guess that's acceptable. One time I woke up and I was just like drinking my water, and then I realized there was a dead spider in it that had gotten in there while I was asleep. That was the second worst day of my life. The only thing that can make me overcome my fear of spiders is the annoyance I feel when people scream at a spider. See, I feel like some people like do just have a visceral fear of spiders, and that is fair. Those they can be quite scary, right? Some people just find them really scary. Everyone is within their rights, I suppose. I can send you a picture if you want. Spoiler market. Yeah, spoiler market in case I hate it. I shall be awaiting this DM, Emma. Do you think it's gonna ruin the sunshine and roses smell of our DMs? Okay, that's kind of cute. That is kind of cute. Look at this polite gentleman. That spider does seem like a polite gentleman. It's very nice. That's extremely zoomed in. That seems like quite an exotic looking spider though. I feel like spiders in Britain are just so... There's no like dangerous insects in this country, I think. They all just look... They're not very colourful or very like scary looking. They don't look so hairy when observed with the human eye. Jumping spiders exist in Belgium and the UK too. You just get greyish ones though. If I saw a spider jump in this country, I would be very shocked. You had one as a roommate for a bit? They don't jump. Okay. Okay. Because I'm imagining like a full-on like woo, like, you know, like Spider-Man. Like a full-on Spider-Man jump. I used to live in an apartment that had a slanted roof, and my bed was right under it. I woke up one morning to a fluffy white spider staring at me and moving two of its legs in a way that looked like it was preparing for a meal. Oh my gosh. That would... I would be unhappy. Why does it matter to me that spiders aren't insects? Common brain is plus or minus 2 legs. It doesn't matter. So you okay with like regular insects, but spiders? No. I mean, that's fair. I think everyone has things that they're just like, can't do that. You like spiders? I hate cockroaches. I wish them all very die. I think that is a common opinion shared by most of the British, most of the human population. I've never seen a live cockroach. Except in like a zoo in the insect section. I've never seen a cockroach in the wild. I hope to keep it that way. I don't know how I've managed that. Maybe I'm just not very observant. Is how they hunt. They basically make a quick short distance jump to catch their prey. Can you imagine just being like a fly and this spider just jumps on you? Cockroaches are so gross and horrifying, and they fly. I actually didn't know they fly. Like, I've not seen cockroaches, just like generally. I think it's too cold in Britain most of the time for cockroaches. I'm surprised I haven't seen them in China, though. But I mean, most of the places I stay in China are quite clean. You had a plague of cockroaches in your building? Ooh, that is a bit terrifying. I lived in a building once where every year like a ton of ladybirds would come in. And like one ladybird, like a couple of ladybirds is like, oh yeah, they're kind of cute. But like when it's like your window frames are crusted with ladybirds, it's a little bit awful. I had to throw out a nightstand I like because roaches started nesting it. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Okay, the cockroaches are starting to make me feel itchy. I'm feeling itchy. I'm feeling itchy, guys. With all the bug talk. I had to spray the chemicals between the tiles. Oh my gosh. I feel like I would hate to work in pest control. Like, I could not do that. I could not. Mad respect to people who work in pest control. I heard that apparently squirrels are considered vermin in this country a lot of the time. But squirrels are so cute. I can't find it in myself to consider them vermin. But then I also think rats and mice are cute. Oh, when we were in Japan for our holiday last March, we saw a rat like running in the alley alongside one of the places we were staying at, and it was like really big, but it was also really cute. I mean, it probably, if it bit me, I probably would have died of sepsis, but I thought it was cute when I saw it. Vermin just means rodent. Does it? So the dictionary says wild animals that are believed to be harmful to crops, farm animals, or game which carry disease. For example, rodents. So I think cockroaches can be considered vermin too. I don't think it usually does refer, yeah, to rodents, but it doesn't mean rodent. It just means an animal that's harmful to society. I got in trouble once as a kid because I went round a then friend's house with him spraying whenever we saw roaches, including in a dog bowl. Yeah, you gotta watch out if there's pets around. Squirrels are cute, although you most likely will only find them in cemeteries here. Why cemeteries? That's so specific. A lot of rodents happen to be vermin, but not all vermin are rodents. Exactly. Cockroaches don't damage crops, so they're a plague, but not vermin. I think they do count as vermin. Because it's harmful to crops or carry disease, right? Because cockroaches are definitely... I think you can still correctly refer to them as vermin. I think any sort of creature that is generally believed to be harmful, like locusts, rats, cockroaches, apparently squirrels. Yeah, apparently they can all be vermin. Every day's a school day, huh? Every cemetery has a ton of cypress trees. I guess squirrels love those trees. We just associate squirrels with cemeteries now. That is so funny. That is so funny. Yeah, Britain has like, there used to be way more red squirrels. I've actually never seen a red squirrel, and I grew up in this country. But because the grey squirrels are taking over, so red squirrels are just getting rarer and rarer. For example, a puma hunting livestock would be seen as vermin too. Yeah. A couple of times I've seen a red fox around the local cemetery. That was always neat. That's so cool. I love seeing foxes. I see them near me sometimes. Red squirrels just get driven out by the grey losers. I quite like grey squirrels. I know that it's sad that they're like ruining the population of red squirrels, but it's not really their fault. You know, it's not their fault they've got the pox or whatever. The squirrel pox, right? They're not even pretty. No, they're so cute though. I absolutely love when you see like a really fat grey squirrel. It just makes me so happy. I'm like, that squirrel is living it up. They're having the time of their life. The reds are much prettier. It's true. It is true. But I don't know. I can't find it in myself to dislike grey squirrels. They're so funny to look at. They make me happy. We've been seeing black squirrels near here recently. I've only ever seen them in China before. But yeah, we see them around here. They're much smaller. They're like about the same size as red squirrels, I think, but they're black. And they also have fluffy ears. Like big tufts of fur on their ears, kind of like red squirrels. They seem to be doing okay. They're new, so I feel like they must be resilient to whatever's going on with the grey squirrels. I would like to see a red squirrel one day though. But that does seem to be getting harder and harder. What I would absolutely love to see with my own two eyes though one day in my life, this is like my bucket list thing. I want to see whales. I just think like huge sea creatures are so awesome. I would like to see orcas and whales, although I know that orcas are much more dangerous. But yeah, I've never seen them in the flash. I've seen turtles. I've seen dolphins from like really far away in the wild. I've seen dolphins, but in captivity, yeah, it's sad. I thought whales. Ay, ay. That joke never gets old. Whales, the place, I feel like, is sadly way less exciting than real whales, animal whales. No hate. We love Wales. Wales is a place that we love. But to me, it is not as exciting as animal whales. And also, I've seen Wales quite a lot because, yeah, it isn't that far from England. Nowhere in Britain is really that far from anywhere else. Although the poor train system might have you believe that it is. You say that? I do say that. What about it, Emma? Meanwhile, I can get anywhere in Belgium in a 2-hour drive. Yeah, it is even smaller, but I had to check that both the place and the animal had the same pronunciation. I never realized before. Yeah, it's the same. I was also confused when I was young. I was like, why is it called Wales? Are there whales there? And if not, why not? I had like an obsession with dolphins and whales when I was little. My mum bought me this like this is pretty. So the other day I mentioned that she bought me like a science book about volcanoes, right, when I was little, and I had I had nightmares that there was my town was going to be engulfed in lava because I didn't understand that volcanoes can't just appear randomly at any point. I mean, I guess technically they can, but it would be a very, very, very unlikely thing to happen. But yeah, another book she bought me was about dolphins and porpoises and whales. And I loved that book. I absolutely loved it. I think probably the first thing I learned to draw was a dolphin. It was like a very cartoony dolphin. But I was like obsessed with dolphins. Like, you know how a lot of young girls go through like a horse phase? I went through a dolphin phase. I still love like stuff about the sea. I love watching ocean documentaries and things. I just think they're so neat, you know? They're so exciting. Just like they just live in the sea. That's insane. Paco, oh my gosh. Hello. You just caught me on my soapbox ranting about how amazing sea creatures are. How are you doing today, Paco? I'm so happy to see you here. I haven't spoken to you in ages. I'm so happy you can make it. We are, I always say we. I don't know if this is a good or bad habit. I always say we because I've been talking to people in the chat. So I feel like this has been a collective joint effort. But I am actually the only one putting stylus to iPad. But yeah, I'm just gonna say we have been working on this D&D commission for the past few streams. I'm hoping to finish it today. You're sick? Oh, I'm sorry, Paco. I was off work, but I just slept for 11 hours. Now I feel a little better, but still. I'm glad you feel better. You definitely sound like you needed that sleep. I hope you get better soon. Feels like everyone's getting sick around me at the moment. I'm doing okay. I was so excited when you started streaming, but I haven't been able to catch one. Thank you, Paco. I'm so happy you're here. I understand that you have like other responsibilities. Never feel pressured. I love butterflies. We have a beautiful, majestic house of butterflies 1 hour away from here. And there's so many times just to walk in big rooms with tons of different butterflies flying around you and such. Oh my gosh, that sounds dreamy. I like butterflies too. I've been to like a few butterfly. Actually, this art looks sicker than me. Oh, back. No. My heart. Take it easy. I took some of my proudest pictures in there. It's so nice. Yeah, butterfly sanctuaries are really cool. But then I also like, I feel like when you read about butterflies and moths, I'm always like, this is the most insanely fragile creature with so few like abilities to even live, because a lot of moths and butterflies, they can't even eat. They just go to procreate and then they die. And that's kind of romantic in a way, but also really sad. But yeah, I love butterflies too. I have to mention the the Animal Crossing butterfly room. It's so beautiful. It's so wild that they're so successful as creatures, but they seem so helpless. Yeah, and also like you can't touch them because even the oil from your fingers will ruin their ability to fly. And like I just find that insane because like there's been times where I've just been walking and a butterfly has like flown into my head. And I'm like, did I just ruin that butterfly's life because they flew into my face while I was out walking? Am I responsible? They live a week, look for a partner, procreate, and that's it. But they do it so beautifully. Yeah, they're like the transience of the life of a butterfly is sad but very romantic. Some moths and butterflies lose their mouth parts after metamorphosis. Yeah, it's really sad. They are very beautiful though. I think butterflies are very lovely. I used to get butterflies flying into my room when I lived at my parents' house when I was a teen. Because that was like in the countryside. It doesn't really happen where I live now. But yeah, it would be like a whole thing trying to like catch them in a glass and then help them get outside. Caterpillar phase be like om. I bet there are so many, I don't like historical butterflies that have been preserved in amber or something that don't exist anymore. Because I was talking, you know they're trying to de-extinct the mammoth. And there was that picture of the woolly mice that went viral. I was like, if you could de-extinct a creature, what would you de-extinct? That sounds scary. Bring back the woolly mammoth. Maybe. I don't think they'd be roaming the cities. I presume they'd then be on preserves. I even caught two butterflies mating and one laying eggs. I did not realize what it was until I got back home. Wow, you got like a whole nature documentary, TJ, in your photos. But yeah, I was thinking about what animals I would de-extinct if I if I was science enough to do so. I feel like the dodo deserves to come back just because it's such a silly creature. But I would also, I know that if these creatures came back, I would never swim in the sea again. I'd bring back plesiosaurs. Are they called plesiosaurs? Plesiosaurus. Yeah, I bring back the plesiosaurus because I just love big sea creatures. I think they're amazing. And I feel like that amount of wonder should come back to the world. I would de-extinct Totodile. See, this is what I'm talking about. That's basically a plesiosaurus in a much cuter form. The sea one with the long neck. Yeah, exactly, Paco. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the newest Jurassic Parks. I think the first new Jurassic Park, they had a big plesiosaurus scene in the tank, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. Although I gotta say, I haven't really caught up with the other Jurassic Park films. I am not a big fan of Chris Pratt, affectionately known as Crisp Rat. I mean, I don't know him personally, but I just think he's in too many films. And I feel like he's always the same character. Okay, I'm gonna stop hating on Chris Pratt now. He did not do anything to me personally. But yeah, I'd want the Plesiosaurus to come back. Because I just think the big ocean monsters are really cool. I feel like seeing a pterodactyl live must be mind-blowing. Yeah. That would be insane, right? You'd be like, oh my god, I'm gonna get my eyes pecked out. I'm gonna die a horrible death. But seeing them must be super cool. There is a stream in like 50 minutes about the Elder Scrolls Oblivion remake thingy. I can't tell if I want the stream to sell me on the remake or anti-sell me on the remake. I understand. I think Bethesda could probably do with a win, right? Because they've not been so hot recently. I think like, so I've never played Oblivion. I've played Skyrim and I loved Skyrim. So if Oblivion looks really good, the remake, I would probably be pretty keen on it. However, if it costs like £50, I will be a lot less keen on it. And £50 is probably a low guess, given that Nintendo are like shilling their games for like £70 or something, right? I love Nintendo, but I can't afford those games. But yeah, Bold of You to assume it's gonna be only £50. I know. What century am I living in? Am I right? When games cost £50, the privilege. I can't get games on release these days. I just can't justify the price. Because, like, there are so few games I'd actually play on release. Animal Crossing is now probably the only game left that I will pay full price for on release day to play. Okay, his hair is looking okay. I'm, like, relatively pleased with his hair. I think it should need some more highlights over here. But yeah, I've heard so many good things about Oblivion. I know loads of people are really excited for a good remake. Because then, like, their friends will finally play Oblivion, maybe. But yeah, typically I'm a little bit not for remakes because I'm a bit like, I don't know, I think remakes have value in that they pump a lot of money in for the studio without necessarily being as much work as like a full new title, which I can understand. I can understand, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm always actually like excited or behind the decision. I'm looking forward to the remake, but also not too much because I do not want to be disappointed. I feel like this is such a common feeling for gamers these days, right? We're so used to bad remakes or like bad new titles, and it's a bit sad. I think my personal theory is that I think the mid-budget indie is gonna be rising up over the next few years, because like the lower budget indie is pretty saturated, but the AAA games are so disappointing in recent years too. So I feel like basically Supergiant Games is like the perfect example of the mid-budget indie, right? Their games are so well published, well polished. And I think the market is ripe for more affordable but still well-made games to come into the limelight now. The problem is like 60% of the industry is remakes or sequels or DLCs, only a few new IPs. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. This is why I think the we're all so disappointed in the current market. We're all like, okay, that's a DLC, that's a sequel. Couldn't afford the first one. I'm not gonna afford the second one either. Oh, that's a remake of a game I didn't play, but it costs more than £50. Okay, guess I'm not playing that. I hear old Jay, I've been summoned. Hello, Emma. If it was some other publisher, then sure, but Bethesda, let's say, does not have a great track record. Exactly. I feel like during the Skyrim era, everyone was like, Bethesda, woo! Oblivion, Skyrim, that was like the golden era. And then they did the MMO, and then what was it called? The space one, the star. I forgot what it's called. You know what I mean, the star one. That was really not well received. I was sort of excited for it, and then Star Citizen. Yeah, I think it was Star Citizen. Let me have a Google. Is it Star Citizen? Bethesda space game. Starfield. Starfield. Yeah. Starfield. That was really... Wait, no, it's not Starfield. I'm completely lost in the source, guys. I'm actually lost in the source. Maybe it is Starfield. I don't know. Whichever the new space game that Bethesda released, I remember seeing like the teasers for it and being like, oh, that sounds kind of nice. Skyrim in space. I can get behind that. And then it was a bit of a flop, right? Also, we can hardly call something like Supergiant indie. I think we lived in the indie golden era. Now the industry is well aware that mid-budget projects are worth doing. And Devolver exists. Yeah, I do agree. But I think we need more stuff like Supergiant, basically, rather than stuff like Ubisoft. Also, I went looky uppies and sent you some reference arts pieces for the big comm. Hell yeah. Thank you, Emma. I will be having a look at those later. Okay, I really need to pee. I got on my Yap train and just like forgot that I have a meat bag and I need to go to the bathroom. All right. I will be right back. I shall leave you with the music. Behave. I have returned. How's it going? What's been going on? Oh, okay. Emma, I will check those DMs after stream. Unless you want me to check them on stream. I might check them in my next break. Oh, is this a studio getting bought out? I kind of hate when that happens. Because so often it just means that that IP gets eaten up by the big studio, and then no other game will ever come out for that IP ever again. Fellow Traveler is another great little publisher that mostly deals with story-rich games and unique themes experiences. Yeah, I feel like the indie studios just do things so much better. I think because so many big studios these days are just too afraid of any sort of commercial flop, even though they're the only ones with the money to tank commercial flops. All right, let's have an assessment of this guy. I think the hair could do with a little bit more work, probably. Let's add some redness. Former Annapurna staff took over private division, another publisher. They published the Shire game. We'll have to keep an eye on them. Indies still have the power to die. Yes, exactly. Because people aren't gonna stop creating games. Like, it's an art form. We're never gonna stop. It's just about, like, I guess it's sad that the big studios and studio jobs aren't really a thing anymore. Like, the dream of being a full-time studio artist at Blizzard, for example, is like, that's a dead dream because all the big studios have just been firing all their artists right after. Even if that game is a commercial success, they're like, well, we can just fire them anyway and save money. I said I wanted more red. I've been lost in the sauce again. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think also people are kind of going towards live service games, right? Like, apparently a lot of the market are like, yeah, I'll play a game if it's free, and then so there's more space for your Genshin Impact and stuff. Even established artists and devs are scared for their position, so people coming into this industry have it even worse. Yeah, exactly. Because I saw Riot, like, was it last year? Riot just fired so many of their artists and stuff. And I was like, great time to be an artist right now. But yeah, I think I'm doing okay. I'm still a baby in the art industry, so I don't have to worry too much. There's no point worrying, really. Okay, I think that looks bad. I think we're gonna leave that abstract on the back. I think it looks weird. I only play anything described as a live service game begrudgingly. Yeah, I think that's such a respectable attitude. Because, like, I've been playing Genshin for a very long time, and recently I've been getting quite disillusioned with it. Honkai Star Rail is a bit better. I think I enjoy that game more, but the power creep issues in that game are getting worse. And I also play Infinity Nikki, which I think is my favorite, like, live service game. at the moment. I have a lot of fun with that game. Although I did see some gameplay of Marvel Rivals the other day, and like while it does seem like quite a horny game, which isn't always the best. It looks so stylish. I was very impressed with the art style and how like well crafted it seemed to be. Because I'm a bit like, I don't mind necessarily. Like, it might make if a game is quite like horny, I guess. I don't necessarily mind. It will sometimes make me feel a little bit less welcome as a woman in the game. But if you do it stylishly, I will respect it. The artist in me still respects it, even if the feminist in me doesn't necessarily respect it as much. They definitely did put a lot of thought into the art direction. Yeah, the skins and the designs and the art style are very, very well done. I was very impressed. It really reminded me of like the Into the Spider-Verse films, like the really stylish like animation and the sort of VFX they use. Looks amazing. I actually rewatched the first one over the Easter weekend, and I was like, man, that film is so good. I'm pretty excited to rewatch the second one, the second Spider-Verse film. Just because Miguel, he's a bit cool, He's a bit cool. I love Spider-Verse style. Yeah, it looks so nice. It's so fun watching films like that. Like, as an artist, I feel like much more motivated to do my art after I watch films like that. Probably unsurprisingly. It's like, giving my eyeballs and brain the evidence that art is still happening. Spider-Verse and Arcane really started ripples in the industry, and there was more diversity in styles. 10 years ago, it felt like every major production was Pixar. So yes, I love that there's more like heavily stylized animation nowadays. I tried to watch it, made me sick in 3 minutes. Oh no, that's really rough. It is very like in your face flashy. I do appreciate the style behind it. I did watch the Blender talk. Oh, I'm so sorry you couldn't watch it. That's really rough. I'm very lucky that I'm not really photosensitive at all. I kind of really want them to make, you know, the League cinematic with like Katarina and Elise and what's her name? Mel is her name. I want them to make that show. It looks so good. It looks so good. I want to watch that show right now. The one made by Fortiche. Yeah, exactly. It was so good. I was like, please, I need this to be a show. I want to watch the absolute living crap out of this show right now. My friend said it should be okay. It was not okay. That's really rough. think I need some redness here. I think that would look good. Let me pick some colors. We just need to wait like 3 years or something. We do. I will be patient. It's so hard though. I still need to watch Najatu because that one that was made by that like starving artist in China that was a breakout hit, like the highest grossing animated film of all time or something, and I still haven't watched it. Like, what am I doing? Am I even an artist? My mum's watched it and she said it was really good. If they put Ribbon into the new show, I'm gonna piss my pants. I'd be very happy for you, Packer. I didn't like the second Spider-Verse movie as much, but that's not surprising because I considered the first like a perfect movie in a lot of ways. That's fair. That's fair. I think I found I really liked Miguel. I thought he was a very compelling character. But the first movie is absolutely fantastic. No doubt about it. They had a lot to live up to following something like that. I think this red is looking okay. That's too bright. That's too bright. We'll put that here. I think I really liked the sound design in the second film. Obviously, you know, the art is always amazing. But I really liked the sound design. I remember there's quite a few songs from that soundtrack on my stream playlist, so they might come up. What I particularly liked was the Indian Spider-Man. I loved him. And then when he was like, people who call it chai tea, he got really mad that people call it chai tea. Like how Miles was saying, like, why do you call it an ATM machine when the M stands for machine? You know, I really felt that because I don't know if anyone knows, but bao means bun. So when people say bao buns, they're actually they're doing the same thing, like how chai means tea. And I so often hear people say like, "Oh, I'm getting bao buns," and I'm always like, some part of me is like, you can just call it bao. But I'm not normally that aggro about it. They can call it bao. I recognize that most like a lot of people do not speak Mandarin Chinese, and that is absolutely fine. The bane of knowing multiple languages, yeah. But I do recognize that I think Mandarin is like a particularly difficult language for native English, for like native English and probably native Western language speakers. Because some of the sounds in Mandarin just like don't exist in Western languages. All right, I think that hair is looking all right. I think it's looking all right. Same way every time someone says paninis in English to refer to multiple sandwiches, I die inside because panini is already plural in Italian. I did not know that. That is very interesting. I think panini has been anglicized in that sense because I don't think there's another word for the like flattened long sandwich that's also warm. I would love a panini right now. Not gonna lie. I woke up quite late. I had a bit of a lie-in. And then I had my breakfast really late. So I didn't really have time to eat lunch. I'm getting a little bit hungry. But it's okay. I prepared a smoothie. There's a smoothie in the fridge that I'm gonna have on my next break. And that will hopefully keep me going. I was very organized this time. I couldn't same I could even make one myself. Yes, that is a thing we can do as people. What flavor of smoothie? It's just got vanilla protein powder in it. So I normally have a smoothie for breakfast. And I was like, I think I like burn a lot of energy when I stream. Partially like because I'm, I'm drawing, I'm talking, and I've been getting really hungry. So I was like, I feel like I need to do something to make sure I'm not like a husk by the time I'm done streaming. So I thought I could just make like a slightly simpler smoothie to have while I stream. Yeah, it's literally just got like vanilla protein powder and soy milk. It's also not a noisy food, which is, I think, important. Although last time I just ate like noisy food on stream and just, my apologies for that. I don't have many language pet peeves, but I do have one. In high school, my closest friend would always call me a drawer, and I had to resist every time saying a drawer is a storage bin and a dresser, not an artist. Gail, do you also draw? That's very hype. I have heard people use drawer as like a term, and I'm not completely sure why. Because sometimes I feel like they use it to make a point. The other term I've heard is draftsman, for I guess the technical discipline of drawing. I don't draw a lot these days and never have formal education, but I do sometimes. Hell yeah. I also don't have formal art education. I am completely self-taught. Just modeled it out, you know. It's very respectable to do that. I looked into joining an atelier for like at some point, but I couldn't really justify the costs. Like the ones in the UK are really expensive. Like as expensive as regular uni, like £3,000 a term. And I was like, I don't really have the money, and there's a lot of resources online. So yeah, I was just like, I didn't really feel I could justify paying for the atelier fees. Although I would have loved to meet more artists at the... I had no idea atelier meant something other than an alchemist base, like in that one video game series I barely played. I think I know the one you mean. But yeah, the atelier method is like a real thing. Atelier to me always means the place of wedding dresses and such. Yeah, so I feel like atelier meaning like a group of artisans working together on something artistic or artistic adjacent is probably the widest known use of the term. I think it's quite a nice term. Although I think someone I was talking to about it was like confused it with the term sommelier, which I think is like a wine taster. And I mean, the words do sound kind of similar. I don't blame them. Okay, I think this red outline is looking pretty nice. I'm pleased with it. I think that looks better than the black one. But yeah, they were like, why are you doing a wine course? I thought you wanted to do art. I'm like, what? What do you think atelier means? And they just confused it with sommelier. I don't really know anything about wine. I'm also not really a drinker generally. Like, I can't hold my alcohol. I have the Asian weakness. A sommelier course does sound fun. Yeah, if you're into wines, that's probably really fun. Do not care about drinking it, but getting to know it sounds neat. Yeah. Yeah. I would like to know what alcohol is like, but I can't because meds and family history, and sometimes I'm angry about it. That's fair. I would say you're not missing out on much because, like, a lot of alcoholic drinks just don't taste that nice, in my opinion. The only alcoholic drinks I'll drink are the ones that taste like fruit juice. And nowadays, I don't really drink at all. I just drink the fruit juice instead. Yeah, because I'm like low key intolerant to alcohol, it does make me just feel quite ill when I have it. So I just don't have it anymore. I don't want to feel that like that. But then I don't really begrudge other people for enjoying drinks, as you might imagine. I think that would be odd. It would be odd of me to make that choice. I think that's quite a strong drinking culture in Britain. Like, it's quite common to just have alcohol at events, go out to the pub to have alcohol, that sort of thing. But I think also people are quite like, they don't really pressure you to drink. I mean, obviously, there are always going to be people who pressure you to drink, but I've not come across them really. Okay, I think this bright red lineup I'm actually cooking with this. I think it looks pretty reasonable. The drinking culture here is super strong. I'm probably the most drinking prone in the most drinking prone region of the country. That's interesting. We have more taverns, pubs than other shops here. Wow. Yeah, Britain has quite a strong drinking culture. I'm not sure about like regionally how strong that is. All right, I'm liking this red lineup. We'll keep this. I think I'll put some on his ear to make the subsurface scattering vibe more strong. Yeah, that looks right. Not too shabby. I think what I would like more. So Britain has like obviously it has quite a strong drinking culture, but it doesn't really have a lot of like alternative like nice drinks. There's a lot of fizzy drinks, soda, and a lot of those are just full of sugar. And they're a bit too sweet. I wish there were more like neutral drinks that you could just have to enjoy. I think Asia's particularly good for this. Whenever I go to like the Asian food shop, I always get some of my favorite drinks. And the drinks are usually not that sugary. Cause like I have this one that I like, which is well, the translation makes it the translation is like green bean water, which sounds super unappetizing. I recognize this. But it's like water that's been flavored with mung beans. And it's like very faintly sweet. I mentioned that before. Yeah, it's really good. That's I really like that one. I always have that one during the summer in China. It's really nice. Very refreshing. But then also we have like iced green tea and stuff, and that's really nice. But in Britain, if you don't want to have an alcoholic drink, your other drinks are all very sweet. Your alternatives. And I'm not about that, you know. There's also some other nice drinks which are like they're like herbal tea drinks. And they're sweeter, but they're nowhere near as sweet as drinks like Sprite or Cola. It sounds terrible when translated, but I kind of want to try it. Yeah, if you see it in an Asian food shop, I do recommend it. It's quite nice. Well, I like it. Is it time for me to make all the liner slightly reddish? Probably. Yeah, I think that looks better. I think I'll keep the liner on the inside of his arm dark. And then his outer body can have slightly redder liner because I think that looks nice against the background. We're getting a lot of Dua Lipa today. I only have like 3 of her songs on here. Yeah, I like that red better. I'm gonna have a little stretch break. We're nearly halfway through the stream, and I don't feel like that much progress has been made. I really wanted to finish this today. Big stretch. Yeah, you can probably hear me stretching. I'm like, eee. Hope you can't hear my joints clicking. I have like, I pop my knuckles on my drawing hand quite a lot. I'll do it next to the microphone and see if you can hear it. Right. Oh, it's not popping. There we go. There we go. And I only get it on my middle and ring finger on my right hand. I don't need to pop any of my other fingers. But yeah, I'm trying to, so I will be streaming tomorrow and on Thursday as well, because I'm not here this weekend, so I can't do a weekend stream. I wanted to see how I felt doing consecutive days with stream. Hopefully it's not too bad, but I do need to make sure that I look after my drawing arm, my major asset, I guess. Do you take care of your hand if it starts hurting? Yeah, that's why I'm taking a stretch break. It probably doesn't help that like my main hobby other than drawing is playing video games. So I think my wrists just take a beating. They get an inordinate amount of use. But you know, I have all the ergonomic things. I have all the wrist squishy wrist rests for everything. Alright, I think I've done my stretching. Get back to drawing. Emma, do you get hand cramps or like RSI stuff from streaming? Because I feel like playing more intense games like Elden Ring or Dark Souls, I feel like that sounds to me like a recipe for getting painful wrists. Not really, I'm a seasoned gamer. The first time I got RSI was from playing Guitar Hero. I was like obsessed with Guitar Hero. And I first played it when I went to my friend's house and she had Guitar Hero. And it was a sleepover, it was like her birthday or something. I literally stayed up all night playing Guitar Hero. And I went home, I had a nap. And when I woke up, I was like, it felt like my arms were gonna fall off. Such a mistake. Is this Demon Slayer? Yes, I think so. Yeah, it's like one of the later seasons. Yeah. Last season. For games, it's a matter of figuring out posture. I see. My first time was from playing guitar, not the hero. Too much practice playing concerts. It was real bad, yeah. Because I played piano and violin. And I draw. And so, like, my wrists have they've been through it throughout my life. Do I have a fan going? Do I? I don't think so. Did something just start going? on stream. I heard some flappy noise again. That might be my drawing board. Sometimes when I lean against it. Oh wait, was the flappy noise last time though? That was not me. That was you, Emma. Last time it was not me. I was not the cause of the flappy noise. You thought it was you, but now you're hearing it again. Maybe it is my drawing board, because like I have this foam thing at the bottom of my drawing board that I lean against. So maybe sometimes if my sleeve scrapes against it, it will make the sound. I hope it's not too annoying though, because I can't really not do the drawing board. Then my arms really would fall off. Or more like my neck would break. Emma, if you clip it, it should clip without the music. Although then that would have a weird clip. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad idea. You can also hear on the VOD, when I check my VOD, you can hear my like Apple Pencil on my iPad. You can hear like the tapping. You have a cyst due to straining on your right wrist that's quite annoying and hurting, waiting for surgery. Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds really tough. Mosquito. Let me listen to this. Oh, what is that sound? I don't know what that sound is. That's really weird. I don't know what that is. I have no idea. I don't hear that sound. I wonder if it's my microphone. I hope that's not like my microphone glitching. I simply don't know. I'm not a knower. I'm just not. I hope that's not too annoying though, because I really don't know what I can do about that. It's gone now? Yeah, that's so weird. GJ, did you get that cyst from like overuse of your wrists? Yeah, that's really rough. I've got to watch out because I'm a chronic wrist abuser. I think I've been getting away with it, but now that I do streaming, I gotta make sure I can still use my wrist. I had to move some plants away from our balcony, and then overnight, this little friend popped up. I was prone to getting it though. Oh. That's unfortunate. That's quite unlucky, I'm sorry. I think I need to lift. I need to start lifting. That seems to be like a good way to make sure you don't knacker your wrists. I already had it drained once, but then it came back, so I need to get another surgery to remove it and close it. Only a few more months in theory, been waiting since November. That's quite a while. That's rough. I've never had a cyst of any sort, thankfully. I think as long as I keep up my arm stretches and stuff, it should be okay. I will break in a bit to get my my smoothie, so I don't starve while I draw. Occupational hazard, I'm afraid. Because last time I think I streamed on Thursday last, and then when I finished stream, I just like ate everything in sight. I was so hungry, and it was when I nearly bit down on my fork because I was eating so fast. That was like, oh my gosh, I need to do something about this. Like I actually nearly bit the fork. That's how hungry I was. You're gonna be fine, don't worry, thank you. Yeah, just gotta keep up my stretches. I already know what to do about it, so that's the biggest problem over. Please do eat during stream. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just like, I think all the talking just makes me burn through my energy. Alright, I will finish this sleeve. And then I'll go get my smoothie. I think I'm all good on water at the moment. I refilled when I went to the bathroom. I think this one needs a gold highlight. I want the robe to feel like satiny. Not satiny. So I want this border to feel satiny, and then I want the actual fabric to feel like silky, you know? That sort of vibe. So I feel like it should reflect the atmospheric lighting a little bit. Because I think, you know, when you look at like sheer fabric, it will like catch some of the light and have like a very soft, almost like a sandy shine to it. I hope I'm describing that well enough. Yeah. So I kind of want to have that a little bit. Obviously, it is meant to be black, so I've gotta watch out. I think that one is too yellow. Give us something oranger. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna grab my smoothie. I will be right back. Alright, I have returned with a smoothie. It's quite thick, unfortunately. But at least I can have it relatively quietly while drawing. Alright, what was I doing? Working on this robe. Enjoy the smoothie, thank you. It's quite nice. Wait, it's a little bit plain. Oblivion Remaster is live. Exciting. Is this the wait, do you mean live like live service? Or live as in the stream is live? Oh, it's released. Damn. Is a trailer? We release right now? Damn. They did not mess around. They just like said ship it. I hope the remake is good. I probably won't be getting it. Unless it's on sale. Or of otherwise very reasonable price. But I hope it is good. Right, let's do... That brush is too big. I need to fix this robe. Yeah, it looks too digital right now. Alright. This part of the robe. It's okay, okay. I think his wrist is too red. So. That's looking a bit awkward. I think I need to give it a general color over. Yeah. I don't want that brown peeking through. Alright, that looks better. I need that red back with that one, slightly darker. Alright. I keep noticing things that take so much time to fix. I mean, it's good because it means the picture will be better. But just doing the paint over always takes so much time. Like, so much time. I mean, I guess I could start doing neat line art. But I kind of like doing the paint over because I feel like it does make it look more painterly. I'm not prepared to give that up, I think. Right. I think the line art is looking okay. Excuse me, that's my chair. I'm like adjusting my foot on my chair. So I'm sorry if that was a horrendous sound. Oh, good. Okay, I think his eyebrows are like the wrong color because it's just the line art color right now. So let's fix that. What's going on with the Oblivion release? Be right back, snack time. Enjoy your snacks. Put his brow makeup on. That's looking better. He doesn't have ginger eyebrows. I think he needs some highlights here. Yeah, something like that. Right. Glasses. I think having it dark works. I think it needs like a little bit of lighter color around the edges. Remake $50 standard edition, $60 deluxe edition. Yeah, I was also expecting worse. $50 is less than £50. Rare Bethesda W. What on earth is in a deluxe edition though? Isn't a remaster already like a deluxe of the original? I mean, call me crazy, but I don't think every game needs a deluxe edition. Is that an insane thing to think? I'm not sure. No, that's valid. Thank you. I appreciate you. Where's the skin layer? Yeah. That's not helping. Where is that line from? Hmm. It's from here. Okay. Okay. Fair enough that. I feel like painting that over would have been difficult. I do want to preserve some of the brushstrokes to keep it looking painterly. Honestly, I expect that they didn't try to make the original DLC unique to the deluxe edition and put it in the standard. Deluxe is some new armors, a few new weapons, and a couple new horse armors. Horse armor, let's go. That is so yellow. I feel like it needs to be toned down for a reflection. Go back to the paint over. I guess if it's all just cosmetics, then it's fair enough. Back with dinner, not just a snack. Heck yeah. Very nice. What's for dinner today? Leftover lasagna? Oh yeah, that sounds so good. I'm gonna take the lid off this smoothie. Make it easier to drink. That might be potentially a terrible idea if it goes everywhere. But it's so hard to drink out of the tiny mouthpiece. Okay, that's way better. Okay, let's keep working on the face. Got some shinies. And I think we need some dark blue for his eyes. I should just recolor this instead. That's probably a better idea. Wow, there's quite a lot of artifacts in there. Guess that's the issue. Right. And then, yeah, his glasses are attached to that. That's fine. That's what we want. Right. Back to Paint Overland. Actually, I think if we do these now, it might look better. It might be easier on the paint over. Yeah, I think it's because the other side is black, so these need painting over regardless. I think this can help zap some of that red tone. Make the moons stand out a little better. So I do want to keep the lineup mostly red, because I think that fits best with the image. Okay. I think we need a new layer for these glasses. I think having the bright gold shine is probably what we want. Let me get up a cheeky Pinterest. Oh, excuse me, my cables are clattering. Okay, I think I know where I'm going with that. Oh, I definitely nearly just knocked over my smoothie. Could have been bad. I think if I do something like this. And then erase around it. I think that's what we want to do. There we go. Is that a Mary? Is that a B? Hi B, how are you doing? How are you feeling today? Welcome on in. I'm trying to draw glasses reflections. Hi, good job, thank you. Oh wait, you weren't saying good job to me, you were referring to GJ. My bad. I'm gonna have more of my smoothie in my shame. No, good job to you too, thank you, thank you. Alright, I think that's looking alright. I think it needs some highlights around the rims. I feel like that looks weird. That's not it. Maybe something like this. Alright. That's looking okay. I need a smaller eraser to deal with that, I think. Alright. And he's got glasses. I think they need a highlight. Maybe that one I think is too bright. We'll go for this color. Maybe some shine. Okay. That looks okay. That's too bright. That is too bright. A bit more here, like that. Yeah, that looks better. Alright. You're gonna grab a snack? He's looking so good. You got this. Thank you, B. I would really like to finish this today. I've been saying that like every stream. The end of this song is so funny. She's just like, what up, Cletus? What does that even mean? No one knows. Alright. I think his eyes are there. I don't think we want them too crazy. Okay. I think I like his glowing white smile. I don't think I need to do that much with that. Maybe I need to soften these edges a bit. I'll make them a bit darker here. Still looking a bit rough. Yeah. Something like this. Okay. Yeah, that's looking alright. Okay. It's coming together. Some darker eyebrow hairs, I think. Okay. Okay. I think it's moon time. Fix the moons. That color's really dark. Wow. Is that really that color? It doesn't look that dark. Guess it is. A little bit lighter. Emma, hello. How's it going? I had a Sans with potential and it rolled triple flat defense. It's always the way. It's always the way. Oh, that color's nicer. I'll go with that color. I'm gonna need this brush to be smaller. We go again. We do. Genshin artifacts are just... they're endless. It never ends. That's just the way it goes. Alright, how's this moon look? That looks okay, I think. Attack Sans. CVERCR. Watch it roll flat attack. Flat attack would probably be better than flat defense, at least. Marginally. Yeah, I don't mean to be a hater, but I have the version of the song that doesn't have Jack Harlow on it. He has some good verses in other songs, but I really didn't like his verse in this song. So we are listening to the version without him. One crit, 2 ER. Yeah, it could be worse. It could have been a lot worse. That's not too bad. I think a while ago, I saw that, you know how there's like these celebrity fan accounts where it's like, I don't know, Taylor Swift pictures daily or something. The person who was running the Jack Harlow Daily Instagram account was like, I'm sorry I haven't been posting for ages. I just don't think Jack Harlow is attractive anymore. And that really tickled me. I thought that was so funny. I was like, girl, same. Ever since his verse in 3D, I've decided he's like less attractive than he was before. My apologies, Jack Harlow. It's not an improvement, but whatever. That is unfortunate. I think the last thing I was doing in Genshin. I've been like farming artifacts for Farina some more because I just don't really have anything else to do. And like I wasn't getting anything that was better. I think one time in like probably the hundreds of times that I've been running that domain, I got like one better piece. Okay, his moons are looking okay. Paint over always takes way longer than I think. I think once I've finished painting over a piece, it feels like it doesn't feel like it took that long. Because I think when I look at it, I'm like, okay, that was worth it. But while I'm in the nitty gritty of the paint over, I am like, wow, this is taking forever. Does it really take this long? I mean, yeah, it kind of does, but... Alright. I think that's another moon done. Yeah, that looks okay. I think it's time for another stretch. Shake my arms out. I think one of my issues is I need to not like death grip my Apple Pencil as much. That will probably help with the hand cramp situation. Good luck. Good luck with the hand cramps and painting. Thank you, Chicho. Have a good luck. Thank you for dropping in today. It means a lot. Okay, not many moons left. This is probably the most repetitive part. feel like the ones on the darker parts will be easier. If there's less, like, of the weird shadow poking up. Okay. Hi. Hello, AZ. How are you doing today? Welcome on in. Thank you for dropping by. We're still working on our Flameo Hotman, our Volcano Man. He is coming together though, so it shouldn't be much longer now. But yeah, how's life? Did you do anything over Easter weekend? Came back from your vacation today, saw the Oblivion trailer and installing it. Heck yeah. There has been much excitement about that. I think for my part, I will probably only be getting it on sale. I don't think I can justify getting it full price. Especially since I have so many other games that I just don't play. But I hope if you're getting it, you have a great time playing it. I know a lot of people are excited for the Oblivion remaster. I'm only playing it because I share Game Pass with a friend. Oh. Oh, is it on Games Pass? That would be a good deal. Yeah, it's on Games Pass. I see. That's great. Sometimes I get tempted by Games Pass, and then I'm like, I have like a few games that I play, and I so rarely play like new games. So even though it seems really good value, I feel like for me, it really wouldn't, it probably wouldn't work out. I do want to start streaming games at some point, but most of the games I want to stream I already own. I just haven't got around to playing them. So maybe streaming will make me play them. And most of those games are like farming games that I really want to play. And I think about them. I think about playing them like very regularly. And then I just don't play them. I'm a farming game fan. And the general like cute, cozy games. I nearly always enjoy those. Alright, one more moon. I wonder why this one's such a funny shape. I mean, that's definitely on me, but... I'm curious to know how different Oblivion and Skyrim are. Because I've only ever played Skyrim, but I've always heard great things about Oblivion. Like, everyone who's played Oblivion, after hearing I've played Skyrim, has been like, yo, you should play Oblivion. Right, those moons are looking better, I think. I think I want to make this band a little bit less raggedy here. Okay. Right here as well. Alright. Let's clean up these moons a little bit more. Is that really what that color is? No, it's a bit lighter. I want these moons to look, I guess, gold foiled on. Like they're printed on, and they're metallic and shiny. What's the goal? I think they're looking alright. Alright, okay, these moons are done. They're looking a lot crisper than they did before. I think I need to make this part of his robe look a little bit more. I need it to make it stand out a bit more. Yeah, I think it needs some kind of reflection like that. Okay. Decided the remake looks good enough to try, but I can wait a month or two. Plenty to play already. That is very fair. I shall be watching that trailer. after stream. Alright, I think I wanted to add like a little bit of grey in his hair. Let's not obvious at all. Yeah, a little bit. But yeah, I'm exactly the same. I have so many games that I want to play, and then I just like never get around to it. There's too many other things to do. And they keep releasing new games, and I'm like, oh, but I really want to play that one. It's never ending. Alright. I think that's pretty much painted over. We have a stair while I do some stretching. Some people don't care for the concept of a backlog. I only loosely care. I track mine on a dedicated website, but part of that is the organization that appeals to the organization bits of my autism. I see what you mean. I think it's more that for me, my backlog of games are all games I do really want to play. And it's kind of like buying more food when you already have loads of food. And the food is like good and you already want to eat it. I guess in this case, the food doesn't go off in my analogy. So it's a little bit different. But it's not really the fact that it's a backlog. It's more that I already know there are so many games that I already paid money for that I could play. And if I buy another game and play that one, then I won't play the other ones. Because I can only play one game at once. I've not yet evolved beyond that. Okay. I've done a bit of staring. I think this looks okay. I think the paint over has been successful. Which means we need to work on these effects. And I think we'll... Wait, no, what I'm gonna do is duplicate the layer in case I mess anything up. I'm gonna squish these around a bit. That looks terrible. That doesn't look right. Do I need to draw these again? I feel like... Obviously, I want there to be this fire in the foreground. But the fact that it's covering up his glowy hands is a little bit of a problem. I think I need to like... Yeah, erase around it. Maybe add some more. I can always blur it again. Do I want the bright yellow out here? The yellow. I think I want a slightly darker yellow. Do you have any games in mind to stream? Yeah, I want to stream Fae Farm because that's been on my list for ages and it looks right up my street. It's like a cute, cozy farming game. I love farming games. I love selling vegetables and becoming a millionaire just from selling vegetables. Like, I've played quite a lot of them. I've played like most of the Story of Seasons games. Oh, the new Story of Seasons game. I'd stream that. That looks really fun. I always get really into the nitty-gritty of farming. And like I know all these games have like marriage candidates and stuff, but I just nearly always ignore them. I was like I don't have time. I'm too busy growing turnips. But yeah, I'm a big fan of chill games. I think because Infinity Nikki has been in a bit of like a dip in terms of content. There's not much point streaming that at the moment because it would just be me doing my dailies for like 20 minutes and then nothing else. But when a new version or like a new region for Infinity Nikki releases, I'd probably really love to stream that as well. Okay. Let's Nodus. Rave. Oh yeah. Okay, let's do the Gaussian blur on this. I feel like that looks worse. I think it looks. I think. I think this looks better. Maybe it does look fine. Maybe I'm just. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Where's my liquefy? I wanted to frame him a little bit better. I think right now it kind of is the same color as all the eruptions. I probably need. I'll make this. What does that look like? Oh, wow. Okay, that looks kind of cool, actually. So if I blur this. And then I put this above that. Yeah, I think that looks better. I think that's the sort of vibe we want. And then sort of tone it down a little bit. Let me think. Maybe it's too bright still. Maybe I need to. Yeah. Okay. We want there to be flames, obviously. Okay. Right, and then I can get rid of this, I think. Don't need that many duplicate layers. And then I think we need a multiply layer. Although, generally, not to toot my own horn, but the values aren't looking too awful. Let's go for, I need to do dark one. I think that needs a bit more. Then around here. Definitely under his chin. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do. And then I think his face being bright is fine. I think it needs a bit more dimension. Maybe around his eyes. Make them pop a bit more. On his ear. Maybe his forehead. Because he is. Redo. Undo. Gonna lurk and have dinner. Have a nice rest of stream. Thank you, Emma. Wow, we've been going 3 hours already. Okay. I think I won't have that, actually. I think it looks better without. I need to make this the airbrush. One of the great things about Procreate is that you can have all the different brushes on the eraser as well. And that's just so helpful. Okay. Okay. That's looking alright. There's a little bit of a glow around this nipple, but I don't think we're too mad about that. That's probably acceptable. Okay, I like that. That's the glasses. And then we want some highlights, I think. I don't know what I did, but I'm gonna make sure it's not there. Okay. A yellow. Orange. That's too big. You want the little glow. Hi, Aunt. How's it going? Welcome on in. Dropping a cheeky lurk and work. Thank you for the lurk. It's very much appreciated. Right, and then I think the orange is still what we want. Not too bad. Well slept after the 4 days off. Heck yeah. That's exactly what you need. Alright. I'm actually nearly done with this drawing. Wild, I know. But yeah, it's finally wrapping up. I'm just adding some like highlights and extra shading. Making it pop a little bit more. All that good stuff. Did you stream yesterday as well, Anne? I think I saw the notification, but we're in the car, so I sadly couldn't join. Yeah, you did a little Crash 3 speedrun. Nice. How did that go? Hopefully well. I want these veins to look glowy, and I think I'm achieving that. Rising Rose, hello. Welcome on in. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're well today. Decently well, and PC didn't blow up streaming and recording at the same time. Oh, that's great. You have quite a beefy PC though, right? I assumed you did. Right, I think those glows look glowy, as we want. Maybe I'll add a little bit more. I need something darker, I think, for the abs. But yeah, how are you today, Rising Rose? Welcome to the stream. It was decent in 2020 and more than good enough for what I play. That's fair. 2020 isn't that long ago. Okay, you can't convince me that 2020 is actually that long ago. Because, like, I helped Mike build his PC, and oh my god, it would have been like 12 years ago now. And that still runs. Admittedly, he doesn't stream. I don't know, I can't guarantee how well it would hold up on stream. Feels like it was yesterday, but it's half a decade ago. Well, when you frame it like that, of course it sounds like a long time ago. Just popping into streams that have D&D but isn't Baldur's Gate or a campaign. Yes, I am doing commission art for a D&D campaign that I do play in. But yeah, this guy is he's actually in Kremumu's character backstory. I think he's a villain, in case you couldn't tell from the way I've depicted him. But yeah, good to see you. Are you a D&D enjoyer? I assume you are. We're gonna kick some ass tomorrow. Oh yeah, we're playing tomorrow. I'm also streaming tomorrow, so I need to make sure I have dinner ready. Is he done? He might be done. Let me do some more. I think I want to add more bread to his hair. Same, bestie, same. What snack did you get, B? He looks perfect, thank you. Honestly, I'm so tempted to just like do a little bit of this and make his nose So we won't do that. Okay, we won't. Not that kind of stream. You made chocolate, then a sandwich, then you sat on the kitchen floor and yapped with your family. That sounds wonderful. Hi, Mike. Like the nipples. Mike, did I, nothing happened with his nipples. Nothing at all. I might have drawn some color dodge on his nipples, and it was funny, briefly. But I deleted them. It's all good in the hood now. Anyway, Mike, I think this might be done. You've tuned in at exactly the right time. He's looking very fiery. He is. I heard that was what you wanted. But yeah, I think he's done. Unless there's something I've forgotten. Let me check my notes. Gorgeous, thank you. Let me check my notes. Paint over the lines, fix the values. I've also done the foreground. I think it's going, yeah, I think it's done. I think he's done. I'm trying to make myself into a proper D&D player, finding groups, figuring out how to make characters outside of just backstory. Oh, that's great. If you want any advice, I think we're all D&D players in here. And Mike here, my lovely mod and boyfriend, he DMs. So yeah, if you want any advice, I'm sure someone will be able to answer. I think you sound like a proper D&D player already, though. I think just wanting to play D&D and feeling interested is the most important aspect of actually being a D&D player. Because, like, you could... Like, the rules are not... You know, you don't have to remember all the rules, right? I don't think it's not that important to stuff your head full of the different mechanics. But I do feel like if you have the desire to play D&D, that's really the most important part. Right, but yeah. All right. I think I'm going to call this done. I will come back to it if there's anything else that needs doing. But yeah, second stream piece finished. Let's go. I think that's definitely not bad. Let's sign it as we do. I think it will be a color dodge layer. I'm to go back to my standard brushes. Are you enjoying the song, Mike? I think this is a banger, actually. I have a couple of Fujikaze songs, but this is my favorite one, I think. Well, that's not the one I wanted. Oh my gosh. How do you even write? My hands. More celebrating the finishing of the piece, the song's eye. Wow. Okay, I do have one question. Most people have similar answers to it, but I need more information. Please ask away. How do you choose the spells and stuff for your characters? Do you choose based off what you want the backstory to be, or just what works well with the group, or something else? So I think I'd say it's a bit of both. Yeah, and it does depend on you. It depends on what sort of player you are, but you can't really know that, I think, until you start playing. So if you've never played D&D before, it might be hard to imagine. So I think for me, I've always picked what I think my character would use based on how they've lived their life, right? So one of my characters she's like a potion maker. So for her spells, I picked things that she'd probably use as a potion maker, or things that fit well with the stuff she already does with potions. So like healing spells, you know, she'll make healing potions, so she can also make healing spells. Things that are like substance based, alchemical things, like acid spray. I think I took that one. I felt like she would definitely have something like that. And then in terms of like, if you suspect you might be a player who likes doing a lot of damage, gets kills and stuff in the combat, then I think don't shy away from giving yourself the damagey spells. But a lot of times, particularly for newer D&D players, DMs will often let you like switch out your spells. So if you take something that you go, oh, this sounds really flavorful, and then when you're actually playing, you're like, actually this spell is useless and I never use it. A lot of DMs will be like, yeah, just swap it for something that you prefer. So it's not, I would say, if you have a friendly, chill DM and group, they'd let you just swap your spell out if you've decided that it really sucks and you don't like it. Personally, I go on damage B. Are you a KDA player? I can't believe he's done. I'm so happy. Second stream piece, woo! I think I'll put this down here. I don't want to distract from the extreme fieriness that's going on. It also depends on if you want to pre-make a character or make it as a part of a group in session 0. Oh yeah, that's a really good point. A lot of groups will have everyone making their characters together in session 0. So that's also usually where you discuss like expectations for the campaign, things like veils and lines, which are, you know, safety tools to make sure that everyone has a happy and safe time while playing D&D. And then during that session, you can often get, if you haven't met the people you're playing before, you can get like a good idea of what sort of player they are or what sort of character they're planning to play. So like, if you already have 4 clerics who are focused on healing, then maybe you don't need another one, that sort of thing. You can also think about choosing what works well with the group and then asking the DM if you can flavor the spells in a way that matches your backstory. Oh yeah, Mike is a lovely DM in that he just lets us basically do whatever we want. So if we want to use this spell, but we want it to match our vibe, then he'll like change it for us. It's great. I miss my D&D group. We didn't last more than a year or 2 and there were some interpersonal conflicts I didn't really understand and still don't. But half the group moved and despite suggesting try on Discord, I'm the only one of the group still on Discord. I'm sorry. That is really sad. Yeah, I feel like D&D can get tough when there are interpersonal conflicts. I see. I kind of realized what I was doing before because I previously only chose fire and light spells, but now it's more well-rounded. Yeah, I think like, I guess for me, I'm a very like roleplay heavy sort of player. And I like to be useful in spells. So actually a lot of the time I end up playing characters that are like support type characters. But because I'm roleplay heavy, I won't take a spell if I don't think my character would like have any use for it, even if the spell is really good. But obviously the best kind of spell is one that fits your character's like style and personality and their aims, but also is fun to use in combat. And I think also, I would say definitely take your time with the spells because there's so many spells. It can be a bit overwhelming, in my opinion. When I have to pick a spell when I level up, I'm like, oh my gosh. This is going to take me like 3 weeks to even read the spells that I could choose from. But yeah, I think, yeah, take your time. Don't rush. It can feel a bit overwhelming. I think like And sometimes you can just kind of go with your gut and see how that feels, because D&D is like a game between people, right? I think it's not like you lock it in and it forces you to stay with that spell. You can always switch them out if you don't like them. Yeah, we do only play online right now, me and Mike. But in-person D&D is fun. I kind of prefer online because I feel like sometimes when it's, particularly if it's combat and there's a lot of combatants, it's kind of nice that you can just sit at your computer and do a little bit of something else while other people take their turn. Whereas if you're at the table playing D&D in person on your phone, you will seem inordinately rude, I think. All right, I'm gonna take a little break and go to the bathroom. I'll leave you guys with the music. I have returned. How's it going? Let me catch up with chat messages. I like our online system, but I miss in person doing fun stuff and using my fancy die. Yes, I haven't used my fancy dice, and it is a little bit sad. Definitely overwhelming. I'm trying my best, but I cooked up a lot of OC characters, NPC ideas, because why not? That sounds really good. Like, I feel like DMs love that stuff. They're always like, if you have stuff which can be worked into a story. Oh, Carol. Hello. Thank you so much for following. Welcome on in. I just came back from a toilet break, so I'm catching up with chat. How are you doing today? I recognize you from, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we follow each other on Blue Sky. I hope I'm not just saying crazy stuff. You sound like you'd make a good DM if you're making that many NPC ideas. Yeah, I feel like this is definitely Mike's origin story. Michael is our DM, and that was like what he was doing before he just was like, heck, I'm gonna start my own campaign. All right, I stubbed my toe. Also, yeah, we do. Hello, welcome on in. I'm so happy you're here. I want to get a set of dice and an arcane set. I'm not sure what that means, but the interpersonal issues in my group are things the rest probably forgot about, but I'm autistic. I have a good memory for the most part, so don't get mad at me and don't tell me why. I remember even if I wish I didn't. That's really rough. That sounds like the dynamic in that group was maybe a little bit off. You know what they say, no D&D is better than bad D&D. It could be a KDM. I come up with story ideas and other person could find a way to implement and foreshadow it. Yeah, I did some of that with Mike, and that was really fun. Because I feel like the on-the-spot roleplay and dealing with off-the-wall ideas from your party sounds a little bit too much for me. But Mike's really good at that, but I really like world building and stuff like that. Carol, we're talking about D&D. So this drawing that I've just finished is a D&D commission. And we've ended up on the wonderful topic of playing D&D. I can't be bothered to find another group. I don't want to risk wasting the time and energy when I can do other stuff I'm guaranteed to enjoy, rather than something I might enjoy. Idea for 2 D&D groups? Wow, that must be tiring. Good job. Also, that is a really pretty drawing. Thank you so much. Yes, I think this is this stream 3 that I've been working on this? I think it is stream 3. But yeah, this is the second piece I've ever finished on the stream. Not like generally. I paused at a really awkward point in my sentence. I'm sorry. But yeah, second ever piece. I'm quite pleased with it. I might still make changes to this if Mike decides he wants anything else. But for now, I think we'll do something different. So I have a sketch for my next drawing. Oh dear. I hate when the reference box does this. There we go. So this is it's just done the same thing again. There we go. Okay. So this is my next commission. It's gonna be an ink drawing. And this is the sketch for it. Exactly, I can't on the spot RP for the life of me right now. I won't be able to foreshadow anything. That's fair. I think being a player will really help with that, because I thought I'd never be able to roleplay anything. But then when I started playing, it turns out I really like roleplaying, and that's like all I do. Thank you, Carol. That's really nice of you. Okay, I have some notes on this drawing that I need to implement based on feedback. I think GJ went, but this is in fact his commission, so he doesn't get to see this. My role-playing still needs work, but it's so fun. I'm not sure it does, B. Your role-playing is very good. I have a great time role-playing with you, B. Role-playing is a lot of fun. Yeah, it's so fun. How do you find DMing for 2 groups? Are they 2 very different groups, Carol? Or are they like quite similar? And also, what sort of campaigns are you running? Are they like in the same world? Are they completely homemade? Are they modules, like pre-built modules? I'm so curious. Please feel free to tell us about this. They're 2 very different groups. Homebrew and yes, same world. Ooh. Mike, I feel like this is your moment. All my characters blend and overlap. I always play the same person when I'm a player, you guys. Alright, I think we're going with this. We're going with this expression. And this. Yes. Okay, I know what I'm doing. One group killed a god and the other is now dealing with that fact. That's so cool. I love that. That one group's events have ramifications on the entire world. That would be fun. Like I can imagine how a character would act and react to things, but what they'll say and how they try to solve a problem is something else entirely. Interesting. Is that not the same thing? Am I misunderstanding here? Or do you mean like their behavior is easy to imagine, but then the sort of nitty-gritty of what they'd actually, how they'd say it is different? As a teenager, I did text roleplay, so D&D. For the brief time I was part of it, felt really comfy. I'm sure there are text-only D&D groups. That doesn't seem like... That seems like a thing that would happen. Mary's got a DM for us sometime and said, oh, I'm not sure about that one. I prefer to mess around as a player. It's too much, there's too much pressure if you're a DM. Not my vibe. I'm trying to find the actual color I used for this. Right. I think we wanted different sized roses in this pile. This is like a time witch who's been made a victim of her own powers. Not a D&D character, but while we're in the middle of this conversation, this probably could be a D&D character. I make too many characters. I have over 50? Whoa! That is a lot of characters. Making characters is fun, though. I want some roses down here. Different sized roses, yeah. And then one like facing the other way. I mean, like, I got a base personality and know what may trigger them, but I don't know what they would actually do if they were thrown into the tavern, so to speak. Yes, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I think the way I sort of like eased into roleplay is like, you can say sort of like, you can do slightly detached roleplay, right? So you can say like, my character feels sad or annoyed at that, and then they'll express themselves to that effect. So you can sort of ease into it with the stuff that you do know, right? Like, you know, they're annoyed and they want to express that they're annoyed. And then, you know, the DM might just roll with that. Or they might be like, so do they say something like, oh, you suck, I can't believe you said that, or something like that. You know, you might get prompted and then that might give you some ideas. Or, you know, that could just be enough and the DM is like, well, the NPC doesn't appreciate you expressing your annoyance like that. And then you're off. You're role-playing. I want to make another based off an old patchwork doll that has come to life. That sounds so cool. I can see the token art already. If you're a DM, you can also let the players cause action to happen in the situation if you don't know what your NPC would do. I do think also the vibe of your party is like, will help you roleplay sometimes. Like if they're all really into roleplay, or even if one other person is keen on the roleplay, suddenly you feel like role-playing too. But then if you have some others who aren't into roleplay, they might do something similar, right? They might be like, my character is angry, and they tell you they're angry, and sort of like paraphrase exactly what they say, because you don't have to come up with like exact dialogue. You can just kind of express what the intent of what you want to express, right? And that's often more than enough. What's the vibe of our party? What is the vibe of our party? See, Ash isn't here to defend himself, so I feel like I can't say too much. I think we have some story-driven roleplay players. What's our party? Are you unhappy with us? Have I expressed that I'm unhappy with you guys? I love you guys. I would never. Did I actually say something that made it sound like I wasn't happy? Oh, vibe and how well everyone is with one another. One group, I only need one paragraph of planning because they just roleplay the whole time. That's lovely. That must be so fun to DM, watching them all just like bounce off each other. What is our vibe? I feel like me and you, we're the role players. We're always like getting sidetracked role playing. Ash is goal oriented. And he is still a role player. Yeah, he is a role player too. He's a goal oriented role player. We yap and get sidetracked. Yeah, we're like, what are goals? Yeah, I would say actually, we're all role play enjoyers. We're all into the role play. Yeah, we're all really role play. You guys all argue with the DM too much. We don't argue. We just discuss things. If I held the sword differently, it would hit. That sounds like something Ash would say. During my first session, I could barely speak because everyone's talking over me, but we fixed that and actually managed to do some RP during that second session. Now we're trying to figure out what we'll do for my third session. That's fair. That's so fair. Sometimes it's really tough to be heard over everyone. I think most of our groups are quite small. I think 5 is the biggest group. Oh, actually, our other group is quite big. But yeah, it can be hard to get a word in edgeways if you have a lot of very keen role players. I sometimes feel a bit bad because I'm a yapper. I will just be role playing like the whole session. It would just be like, I feel a bit bad sometimes. It can be, especially if you have a naturally soft voice. Yeah, I guess in that sense, it might be on the DM to like make sure that if someone's trying to speak, they have the space to be heard. Mike, I don't know how often you actually do that for us. Obviously, I try not to talk over anyone, but I'm sure I don't always succeed. Right. I'm just like refining the sketch over here. Yeah, you do that. If I hear somebody try to say something, I'll try to circle back to them. Yeah. I do notice you doing that sometimes. Never to me, though. Oh no. Am I the problem? Okay, I need to add more flower details. I think I wanted one here. Like a rose here. Yeah, I think that looks nice. I worry I interrupt too much out of excitement by accident. It's something I need to apologize for and need to work on. I don't ever notice that. Yeah, I don't really ever notice you interrupting me. I think you're all good. I want here. Lock accessories. I could have a gear here. That wouldn't look too bad. I'm mainly overwhelmed into silence and just, oh, I don't know what's going on, but now I'm stuck with these people. At least that's what I've noticed of myself with only 2 sessions. I wonder what you could do about that. It sounds like you're with a rowdy group. Because like I think even though I think I've made us sound a bit rowdy, there was always space for the DM to like do his thing. But I think if everyone is really keen to just talk all the time, and even the DM can't get a word in, I wouldn't know how to deal with that. That sounds really tough. I think we want like a clock here. Yeah. Oh, that eraser is way too big. I think what I find a little bit tougher is when I'm having a quiet day and I worry that like I worry that it's not as fun for everyone else if I'm quiet. I don't know. That's probably a weirdly like self-oriented thing to worry about. Because I mean, I guess I assume that people will speak up if they want to speak up. But maybe if I'm quiet, there's more space for other people to speak. So it's not a bad thing. We're very fortunate for Mike. He's very good at dealing with those moments. I guess if your players are having fun and it's still mostly D&D chat, it's maybe okay. A little rowdy, but that's because some random things happened. One of the players became a parrot. Yeah, I can imagine how that might make life a little bit rowdy. My really roleplay heavy group will go on tangents about how to run a country. I just let it happen. But this coming session, I need to push them towards the mini boss. Yeah, in the non-mic run campaign, we just go on the most ridiculous side quests and we completely ignore the main quest. And I think the DM has been a little bit like, guys, can you like get a move on? All right, what else do I need to add? I've got the flower, got a nice little clock on the belt. I think making this belt a little bit more like... Yeah, I think that looks better. We've also been having scheduling conflicts lately as well. That's rough. It is hard in this. It is hard, especially if you're like adulting, to fit the D&D in. Sounds like us, we get no shit done. I don't know. Well, you're right. I think we've been a bit slow on the main quest recently. Recently, for like the past few years. Yeah. My favorite session was just organizing inventories for an hour at the top of a tree. Yeah, we did that. One player got a promotion at his work and now his schedule is all out of order. Oh, that's like good and bad. Because getting a promotion is good, but then when it messes with your existing schedule, that's really tough. Right now for my group, we need to convince guards that we knocked out. That we were only in this abandoned place because of magic hooligans. We are the victims. Oh my. Yes. Gaslight, gatekeep, D&D. Let's go. I feel like we're usually pretty good with NPCs. We don't really terrorize them too much. Half-submerged witchy item. Behind the figure. A book or a bag or a scroll or something. I wonder. Yet you hate Marissa. I am not the biggest hater of Marissa. I would like that to be said. Remember when you threw a piece of bread at Mickle? Yeah, that was to spur him into action. That worked as well. I would say Ash is Marissa's #1 hater. I am at least slightly more respectful towards her in terms of, yeah, she's a bit scary. That reminds me when one of my players killed a guard and then hid the body, but the character doesn't understand death, so they just say that the guard is in the forever sleep. I love that. That's so good. I think I need a bag. Witchy bag. B, you like Marissa. You're allowed to like Marissa. Ash would definitely have words to say about that, though. I think we've done some bad things to guards, though, for sure. I think Q, one of the other members of our party, did a sort of like impromptu autopsy on, on a character on an NPC. And I stood guard, so I am an accomplice. I am an accessory to this crime. Winnie knocked them out because one of them mumbled something about an evil demon, implying that they were also evil. See, you have justification. Maybe. I don't know. Right, I haven't decided on a bag, so I think I'll fix these roses instead. I need a relevant color. Here we go. Let's do some erasing. I'm just making these lighter because I want to draw over them, because right now they're a bit heavy-handed. So if I want to draw over them, it's kind of hard to see. Okay. For some reason, this drawing is giving me playing card vibes. Like if the witch was flipped and also in the bottom bit, it'd be like a card back or something and look neat. That's so interesting. I think because of the, like, the implied symmetry of the top and the bottom. She's also she's also in a pose that kind of does look like the playing card characters. Thank you for saying it already looks neat though. That's really nice of you. Almost makes me think of a tarot card. Yes. Because it's very symbolism-y. And like the time metaphors are everywhere, right? Alright. Let's do some roses. So DJ wanted the roses to look mechanical. In contrast to the ones inside the hourglass. It looks so good, but I've been playing too much HSR. I see Big Hat and go third. That is fair. Yeah. So I think we wanted to see what like a geometric rose would look like on this side. And then a slightly different design on the other. To see how that looks. I think I just need them to look really blocky. It feels really weird drawing them like this. Yeah, something like this. And then something like this. One of the players did cast Veil of Truth or something as they were waking up. And only the captain failed the charisma check because apparently the guards are very charismatic while unconscious. And you know what? Good for them. Sometimes, yeah, this is like, I feel like this is when we'd start arguing with the DM in our group. Debating. B would call it arguing. And no, Mike always stands his ground. He's alright. The guards were just too handsome while knocked out. Yeah. They're still, like, they've still got a high riz factor. Even while unconscious. The guards probably should have had disadvantage, but they didn't. It's a banger song. I think it's actually supposed to be an auto fail. Interesting. I don't know anything about the mechanics of stuff like that. How would you rule it, Mike? Consider using their passive. Depends on what happens if they fail. That's fair. Would you do it on the fly then? Don't want to be giving players things for free. Unless we manage to convince you that you should. Of course. Everything is simply a first offer. Everything Mike says is just the first offer. On a case by case, which of course happens very often. I don't know how much truth there is in what you're saying. I don't know how much you're trolling right now. Oh, we've gone beyond 4 hours, but I think that's fine. I want to do a little bit more on this sketch. But we won't go too long, because I will be streaming again tomorrow and the day after, and I probably don't want to wreck my hand too much. Let's look at some roses. Interesting. Okay. Another thing that happened, a different player died because they couldn't be healed. They were a warforge or something. I don't know what that is. That's tough though. I don't think we've ever had a player death. Like a death. We've always managed to save them. We're overdue a death? Don't say something like that. That's so ominous. They were a robot? That emote looks like Kirby. Is it Kirby? It looks a lot like Kirby. Now we've got the elevator music that's always at the end of this song. I've had a player death. I'm in default emote jail on my phone. You know what they say. Country girls make do. I've had a player death. I felt bad because it was just a filler session because we're missing a player, but I overestimated the party's power. That sounds really tough. I have no idea how you deal with that as a DM. Thanks for talking with me. I need to be an adult. Aw, you're very welcome. I think you're doing great. I don't think there's any more adulting you necessarily need to do. I feel like you had a problem, you went looking for the answers. That's adulting, right? That's what I would do too. I think you're doing just fine. Oh my gosh, is this song? I really need to watch RRR again because I think this song like made me cry the first time I watched this film. Balancing is difficult. I feel like you have a pretty good time balancing for us, Mike. Because we've had quite a lot of battles that felt really tough. But we still like we still pulled through. Or we pulled through with like one unconscious or two unconscious. That's good news. Yeah, that doesn't mean you have to make it harder though, okay? Okay. I have an average to hit for both player and monster calculator in Excel. That sounds very smart. Oh my gosh, you guys are like having a DM moot. I love that for you. Almost all spellcasters in this party? Yeah, we are. We really are. Although now Bee's joined. Yeah, she's a monk. Emma, welcome back. Yes, it is a new piece. This is GJ's commission, which is next because I'll show you. Ta-da! He's done. He's finished. The hot man is finished. And I don't know why Procreate seems to think all my drawings are sideways today. I really don't know. That's how it is, apparently. But yeah. Oh my gosh. This has been the only way I've been able to get it to orient the right way. Man is on fire. He is. But yeah, so I'm working on the sketch for my next commission. We're getting through it. I'm drawing some wire roses, which is very specific. I think they look like they're made of wires. It's kind of hard because I like to sketch with like the fattest brush I can, because I feel like that helps keep it like loose and expressive. But then obviously you can't really get details in as well. How's your dinner, Emma? What did you have? Right, I think one last row is down here. And then we can call that side sketched. Some take on Caesar salad, but I don't eat lettuce, so it was an interesting take. So you just had like croutons and anchovies or whatever fish they put in Caesar salad. Are you not a lettuce enjoyer, Emma? That's fair. I quite like lettuce. I like the crunchiness of lettuce. Especially if there's like a nice sauce to go with it. By which I mean dressing. I mean sauce and dressing are basically the same thing, right? Right. I think I want to add... I wanted to add a clock down here. I think if I could do something like this here, right? Like in the middle. I wonder if I should probably take care to make sure all the times are the same on all the clocks. I think they're currently different. Does it really matter? She's a time witch. There's no concept of time. That is correct. It's all relative. All right. Time is a construct we created based off the sun. It is whatever we want it to be. I think I need this to be over the roses. It looks so weird. That didn't really make any difference. I think I just need to make these slightly less visible because it's messing with me. Okay, this looks too much like a Pokeball. It looks too much like a Pokeball. I need to change this. I'm not okay with it. I think if I could just make like a clock hand. Yeah. I'm very much not a lettuce enjoyer. That's fair. You are well within your rights to not enjoy lettuce. I think that is actually too pointy. Maybe I should just put the time on there. Like this. I hope you didn't just hear me crack my fingers on the mic. Oh well. And then I think we could have I like the numerals signify clocks enough. And have this like this. So it always says 12. Something like that. I kind of like that. That looks okay. I think if I add a little bit of detailing on the hourglass. Still haven't decided on an item. Because GJ wanted like an item in sort of this general area. I don't know what yet. I think it will be a bag or a book or a clock or something like that. But I haven't yet had the thought. So I'll just like decorate around until I figured it out, I suppose. I got some filigree up here. I think that looks okay. That's looking pretty good. All right. I think I'm almost done with a reference sheet of one of my early D&D characters. Oh, that sounds fun. I still haven't made any. I think I've made like one proper reference sheet. But I keep meaning to make better reference sheets for my characters, and I just don't do it. I think I want to do this one. What sort of character is it, Carol? All right. I think I want to. Okay, it's time to face the mystery item. I think once I've done the mystery item, I'll probably wrap up. Because if it's a book, how will the book look? It looks really square, right? I mean, that's a book. Books are just square. Yeah, not sure about that one. And then if it's a bag, she is an Asima. She was born in the Abyss. Layer 137. She's a warlock with her father as her patron. He says the material plane is too dangerous. Oh, it sounds like such an interesting character. I don't really know much about Asimas. That sounds like a really fun character backstory, though. Lots of nice details. See, bags are kind of square too. Right? And draw like a satchel. Draw a satchel. Maybe the answer is just to put in like more items. So then I could have like a scroll here. I think that's probably the answer. There's more items. It'll look less sticky outy. Oh yeah, Beat Mike was just saying that we're all spellcasters now, but except you, because you're a monk. Mm. I'm 6 inches tall and I have the strongest punches in the universe. Yeah, you're like a mantis shrimp. Or a bullet shrimp, you know? Those things that can crack the glass in the aquarium. Alright. I think we're gonna call it there for today. I've gone a little bit over time, but that's fine, because I've got to a good stopping point now. Oh, the chat bot popped right on time. It's really pretty, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. But yeah, I will be asking the commissioner if he's happy with everything as it's looking. This is for GJB. Second on the list after Mike. Now first on the list because Mike's one is done. Nice, yeah. I'm getting through the queue. It's happening. I hope they like it. Yeah, me too. Okay. Right. Thank you all so much for joining. Please feel free to join the Discord. The chatbot did just pop it, but I'll pop it again. My commissions are open. There is currently a queue of 5, I think. So it might take me a while to get around to you. If you are interested in those. Yeah, shall we find someone to raid? Does anyone have any suggestions? The Discord invite is invalid. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me give you another one. Invite. What is this? You have a... invite. There you go. Here's an invite link. You found her through Lives of P. She's doing art right now. Oh, that is fitting. Oh my gosh. Her art is so pretty. Alright. We'll raid. We'll raid her. Let's do a shout out. Hochi? Mantodea. Alright. Let's go raid. Affiliate anniversary. Very nice. Okay. Thank you all so much for joining. Yeah, thank you for hanging out with me. I had a great time. Please feel free to stick around for the raid. If you would like raid message, yes, thank you. I actually was gonna set my chatbot up, but I forgot. I'm so sorry. Okay, I have one. It's coming. Alright. Here you go. Here's the raid message. Let's go. See you on the other side.